Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is The Moon's Garden. Chapter 1: The Quiet Gardener. Ilian lived alone at the edge of a quiet village, where the wind moved more freely than people did. His cottage stood nestled among twisted vines and moss-covered stones. Half forgotten by time, there was no gate to mark his path, only the soft press of his boots through the wild grass and the sleepy sound of his spade biting into the earth. His garden, though modest, was unlike any other in the village. Not for its size or splendor, but for the hush that settled over it, like a prayer the earth kept whispering back. Most villagers barely spoke to him. They called him the Moon Gardener behind closed doors, not out of meanness, but because he worked when no one else did. While others slept or huddled beside hearths, Ilian walked beneath the stars, planting, pruning, listening. He had always preferred the company of petals and soil over people's words. Flowers didn't ask questions, didn't stare too long, or expect him to smile when he didn't feel like it. He was not young anymore, though not quite old. His hair was threaded with silver, and his eyes held a stillness that only long hours in silence could grant. A quiet man, with quiet habits. Ilian's days passed gently, brewing tea with mint from his garden, sorting seeds into glass jars, watching how the moonlight changed the color of the world. There was no tragedy behind his solitude, no heartbreak or exile. He had simply chosen stillness in a world that never stopped rushing. And yet, even a quiet life leaves room for strangeness. One early spring evening, the sky wore a deep velvet blue, and the moon hung full and heavy over the woods. Ilian was turning the soil beneath a cluster of sleeping crocus bulbs, when his trowel struck something that did not belong. A dull metallic sound rang out, a soft chime against stone, and he paused, brushing the dirt aside with his bare fingers. There, nestled among the roots, lay a seed unlike any he had seen. It was no larger than a pebble, perfectly round and made of something that shimmered faintly even in the darkness. It wasn't gold or silver, not quite metal or stone, but a smooth, pale substance that pulsed ever so slightly with light, as though it breathed. Ilian held it in his palm for a long time. It felt cool, then warm, then cool again. It made no sound, had no smell. Just a presence, a weight beyond its size. Some part of him, deeper than thought, understood that it was not a thing meant to be discarded or feared. He could not explain why, but the seed seemed to recognize him as though it had been waiting. Without hesitation, he fetched a small clay pot from the cottage, filled it with fresh soil, and pressed the seed into its center. He did not water it, nor label it, nor place it on the windowsill with the others. Instead, he brought it outside, where the moonlight fell soft upon the earth, and set the pot on the stone bench he rarely sat on. The seed gleamed faintly under the moon. Ilian stood for a long time, his arms crossed loosely over his chest, listening to the soft hiss of the wind through the bare branches. He felt no fear, only an odd sort of stillness, deeper than sleep, more awake than dreaming. That night he did not go back inside right away. Instead, he sat beside the pot until the stars began to turn overhead, and the crickets grew quiet, as though the world were listening too. He did not know it yet, but from that moment forward, his garden would never be the same. Nor would he. Chapter 2: The Silver Seed. The silver seed did not stir the next morning. The sun broke over the hills as usual, golden and warm, washing the cottage and garden in amber light. The little clay pot sat exactly where Ilian had left it, silent, still, and unremarkable under the brightness of day. Its glow had faded with the moonset, leaving only a faint shimmer like dew trapped beneath the skin of the soil. Ilian leaned over it, brushing his fingers along the rim of the pot, waiting for something. He wasn't sure what exactly. A sprout, a sign, a whisper. But nothing came, just the usual hum of bees weaving through the rosemary, the clatter of distant carts in the village, and the slow rhythm of time returning to its ordinary pace. For a moment he wondered if the night had played tricks on him, but he was not a man prone to illusions. He had learned long ago to trust the quiet truths. the subtle shift of roots, the way seeds broke open, not with drama, but with purpose. Still, the strangeness of the seed stayed with him, nestled somewhere between his ribs, like a stone warming slowly. He spent the day tending to the rest of the garden, pruning back winter's stubbornness, laying compost, coaxing reluctant perennials from sleep. All the while, his eyes drifted to the pot on the bench. Not obsessively, but curiously, like checking a clock without needing to know the time. When dusk came, and the sun softened into a blur behind the hills, Ilian finished his work and made tea. Lemon balm and thyme, and took his cup outside. The air was cool again, tinged with spring's hesitant breath. The moon, already rising, was pale and full, like a ghost, returning to check on the living. Ilian sat on the bench beside the pot and waited. The stars blinked awake, one by one. The light shifted. And then, as if exhaling after a long sleep, the soil in the pot gave a soft tremble. He set his teacup down and leaned forward. A faint pulse of light rippled across the soil's surface. Ilian blinked. The glow was unmistakable now. Not a trick of the moon, not imagination. The seed within the earth was stirring, humming silently like a bell rung in another world. The soil cracked, gently, like an egg beneath pressure. A tiny shoot broke through the surface, slender, silver, and trembling. It unfurled not in fits or jerks, but in a slow, deliberate motion, as though answering some ancient rhythm. A pair of leaves opened like wings, catching the moonlight and glowing faintly from within. Ilian did not speak. He barely breathed. It was not like any plant he had ever seen. The leaves were semi-transparent, veined with threads of light. They pulsed softly, in time with something, perhaps the moon, perhaps his own heart. The little stem stood no taller than his thumb, and yet it carried a presence that filled the night around it. The air felt different, charged, as though the garden itself had noticed the birth of something otherworldly. Ilian stood slowly and stepped back, giving the sprout space. He did not touch it. Instead, he watched as the light continued to glow faintly, then gradually dimmed until it matched the cool silver of the moon above. It wasn't dying, just resting. That night, Ilian did not return to his bed. He brought out a blanket and sat on the bench beside the seedling, listening to the rustle of leaves, the sigh of wind through the trees, and something else, something barely audible, like a voice humming in a dream. He did not sleep, but he did not feel tired. He simply kept vigil. As the moon arced higher, the light in the seedling pulsed once more, steady as breath. In his long years of solitude, Ilian had thought he understood stillness, but this was something else entirely. This was waiting, watching, becoming. Whatever this seed was, wherever it had come from, it had not chosen his garden by accident. Something had begun. Chapter 3: The First Bloom. The days passed slowly after the sprout first emerged, each one tethered to a quiet kind of wonder. By day, the seedling slept. It curled in on itself, silver glow faded to dull grey, like the memory of starlight. By night, under the returning gaze of the moon, it stirred and shimmered, growing taller with each passing hour. Ilian kept no strict watch over it. He had long ago learned that living things, plants, people, even mysteries grew best when given room to breathe. But each evening, after setting down his trowel and hanging his gloves on the worn wooden peg by the door, he would brew his tea, sit beside the little clay pot, and wait. It grew like no plant he'd ever seen, its stem fine as spun glass, its leaves soft as silk, but edged with a faint inner glow, as if veins of moonlight ran beneath their surface. On the fourth night, buds appeared. 5 small closed orbs clustered at the top of the stem, delicate and smooth like pearl. And then, on the 7th night, under a sky swept clean of clouds, the first flower opened. It happened as Ilian watched. His breath caught somewhere between astonishment and reverence. The outer edges of the bud quivered gently, then began to part, slowly, deliberately, like a dancer unfolding from deep stillness, petal by petal. The blossom revealed itself. It was round and luminous, with layers of light-drenched petals that shimmered like opals. The center of the flower was not dark, as most were, but radiant, swirling with color that shifted subtly, as if responding to the movement of the stars. A faint, sweet scent rose from it. Not floral, exactly, but clean and cold, like the smell of snow or distant rain. Ilian stared, his hands resting quietly in his lap. The flower's glow was soft, not harsh or blazing, but enough to bathe the surrounding stones in pale light. It made the garden look unfamiliar, transformed, as if it had slid momentarily into some other world, where night bloomed instead of sleeping. He leaned forward, slowly, and whispered, "What are you?" The flower made no sound, but as he spoke, the petals pulsed once, like a heartbeat in response. Ilian sat back, shivering slightly though the air was still. His teacup sat untouched beside him. He could not take his eyes off the bloom. Something about it stirred memory. Not of anything he had lived, but of something older, deeper. A feeling like homesickness for a place he had never seen. He stayed by the flower until the first thread of dawn bled into the sky, and when the light touched it, the bloom did not wither, but closed again. Petals folding inward like hands pressed in prayer, the glow vanishing as if snuffed out by the coming day. Ilian reached toward it, but stopped just before his fingers touched the petals. They were warm with the last of the moonlight, and something in him knew not to disturb them. That morning, he did not tend the rest of the garden. He sat on the bench long after the flower had closed, replaying what he'd seen. His journal lay open in his lap, the ink smudged where he had tried to capture the colors with words. They failed him. Language, he found, could not quite grasp what the eyes beheld when wonder bloomed. And so, he waited again for night. He did not need to water the flower. He did not feed it. He merely watched, and listened, and bore witness. As night returned once more, the moon rising like a pearl in the dark, the bloom opened again, this time a little brighter, a little fuller, as though it recognized him. And beyond the garden fence, just at the edge of shadow, something else stirred. Ilian turned his head just for a moment, and thought he saw a flicker of movement, a shimmer that vanished when looked at directly. The flower glowed on, undisturbed, but he felt it now, a presence in the garden. A change in the air. The first bloom had come, and it had not bloomed alone. Chapter 4, The Watchers in the Night. Ilian began to feel it before he saw anything. It started with a subtle shift in the air, an added weight, not oppressive, but expectant. The kind of feeling that came just before a thunderstorm, or when someone entered a room too quietly to hear. Each night, as the moon climbed and the flower unfurled, that presence deepened. He tried not to dwell on it. The flower itself was still the focus of his evenings, a singular miracle, blooming only under moonlight, pulsing with a soft internal glow. It had grown steadily, its petals now broader, layered, almost translucent. Sometimes when Ilian sat nearby, he swore the flower turned slightly in his direction, as if listening. But it wasn't alone anymore. On the 8th night after the bloom had first opened, Ilian lit no lanterns. He sat in the dark, with only the moon above, and the soft glow of the flower before him. He sipped his tea, and listened, to the crickets, to the breeze shifting through branches, and to the quiet silence between those sounds, where something unseen waited. Then, from the corner of his eye, movement. He turned. Nothing, just trees, shadows, garden fence. But the feeling didn't leave. On the 9th night, a flicker returned. This time farther off, a glint behind the lavender bushes, a shimmer above the herb patch, always gone the moment he looked direct. By the 10th night, he stopped trying to catch it. Instead, he sat still, hands folded in his lap, letting his peripheral vision fill with whatever it would. That's when he saw them. Not clearly, not all at once, but enough. Shapes moved in the outer garden, just past the reach of moonlight. They weren't solid things. They drifted, almost like mist, but with form, with intention. They flickered like candlelight behind a veil, translucent and tall, their limbs long and slow-moving, their eyes, if they had eyes, shimmering softly with color. Beings of light. They did not speak, they did not approach, but Ilian could feel them watching. Not with menace, not even with curiosity. It was something more reverent, more quiet, as if they too had come for the bloom. The flower pulsed brighter the moment they appeared. He wondered, had they followed the seed? Had it summoned them, or were they always nearby, waiting for something worthy to draw them close? The beings remained only while the flower bloomed. The moment the petals began to fold again, just before dawn's arrival, the shapes faded into the trees, becoming part of the night once more. Ilian did not speak of it to anyone. Not that there was anyone to tell, and even if there had been, what would he say? That his flower glowed only at night? That beings made of starlight had come to visit? He was not afraid. The presence of the watchers brought calm, even comfort. It reminded him of being in a cathedral, though he had not stepped inside one since he was a boy. The feeling was the same, that he was in the presence of something vast, something sacred. On the 12th night, he left a stone bowl of water near the bloom. It was an old habit, offering water to the land, as he did in dry summers or when burying a bird. He wasn't sure why he did it, only that it felt right. The next morning, the bowl was empty, and dew clung to the petals of the flower, not ordinary dew, but droplets of light, like tiny stars caught in their descent. That was when Ilian understood. The garden was no longer his alone. Others had found it quiet, luminous. Others, and they came not to claim it, but to share in its mystery. They were not trespassers, they were guests. Pilgrims, perhaps. He began to wonder, if the watchers had come, who else might follow? And deep in the earth, the seed's unseen kin stirred. Chapter 5. Beings of Light. On the 13th night, the moon hung high and heavy, casting its pale glow across every stone, leaf and blade of grass in the garden. It was the kind of night where the world seemed made of glass, fragile, silent, and waiting to be understood. Ilian stood by the flower again, though by now he thought of it less as a flower and more as something else entirely, something becoming. It was no longer alone in its pot. Around the base of the original bloom, several smaller stems had risen from the soil, like silver threads, each one bearing a faint shimmer of promise. The flower was multiplying, slowly, deliberately. He had not planted them, and every night the watchers came. They no longer lingered at the edges of the garden, half hidden. They had begun to draw closer. Ilian never heard them arrive. There were no footsteps, no rustling of grass, no sound at all. He would simply feel it, the shift in the air, the lifting of the quiet, and when he turned his head, they would be there. Not standing, not quite floating either. They hovered lightly above the earth, their feet, or what resembled feet, just grazing the soil without disturbing it. Their forms were fluid, gentle, glowing. No two appeared the same. Some were tall and slender, others small and delicate, their outlines blurring at the edges like candle flames caught in windless air. They were not human. That much was clear, yet Ilian felt no fear in their presence, no danger. Instead he felt seen. It wasn't the kind of seeing that looked through you, or judged. It was a deep, quiet recognition, like the moment when a bird meets your gaze and does not flee. One night, a being drifted closer than the others. A lion sat cross-legged near the blooming pot, hands open on his knees, breath slow. The being moved in slow arcs, not walking but gliding, its glow softening as it neared the flower. When it stopped, just a few feet away, a lion could feel warmth coming from it. Not heat, exactly, but a living warmth, like the feeling of a blanket drawn over weary shoulders. The being tilted its head, if it had a head, and a ripple of light passed through its body, like wind over water. Ilian swallowed. "Can you understand me?" he asked, voice barely more than breath. The being did not speak, but something responded. Not in his ears, but in his chest. A pressure, a gentle warmth, a knowing. It turned toward the bloom and extended one arm, a shimmering limb of soft, translucent light. From its hand, or what served as one, a thin beam of brightness passed into the flower. The bloom responded instantly. It flared open wider than ever before, releasing a wave of soft light that passed across the garden like a sigh. The other watchers stirred, their forms pulsing faintly, as if answering some unspoken call. Ilian watched in awe as the garden lit up. The stones glowed beneath his feet. The leaves caught and held the light. Even the air itself seemed to shimmer, as if the boundaries between this world and another had thinned to gauze. And then, the light faded. The being withdrew its arm and turned toward Ilian once more. He did not move. In that moment, something passed between them. Not a word, not an image, but a feeling, deep and ancient. It was like standing at the edge of the sea at night and realizing that you were not alone, that something immense had looked back at you, not with pity, not with power, but with peace. Then, as silently as it had come, the being drifted backward, its glow dimming. The others followed. One by one, they disappeared into the shadows between trees, into the deeper folds of night. The garden dimmed, the bloom closed. The ordinary darkness returned. Ilian sat there for a long time. He did not need to write in his journal. What had happened could not be caught in ink. It would live, instead, in the marrow of him, changing the way he looked at the stars, at his garden, at himself. He now knew this for certain. The beings were not visitors from somewhere far away. They were drawn by the light, by the flower, by the seed he had planted and tended without knowing what it was. And somehow, though they came from beyond his understanding, they had come in peace. Perhaps even in hope. He did not yet know what they wanted, but he suspected they, like him, had found something rare in the moonlit hush of the garden. A kind of home. Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host, Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is Chapter 6, Visitors from the Sky. It began with light falling where no light should be. On the 14th night, Ilian stood beside the growing cluster of moonblooms, watching their soft petals ripple open in response to the rising moon. The air was cool, clean, and laced with the now familiar scent of the strange flower, sweet, silvery, like a lullaby turned into perfume. Around him, the beings of light had already begun to gather. Some floated silently among the trees. Others stood still near the path, glowing softly, pulsing in slow rhythm with the flower's radiant heart. Then the light changed. It was subtle at first, a shift in tone, as if the color of the moonlight had deepened. Then just above the horizon, a second glow appeared. Not from the moon, not from the stars. This light was different, sharper, moving. Ilian shaded his eyes and looked up. High above the garden, a shape drifted through the sky. Not a bird, not a cloud. It shimmered as it descended, trailing delicate streaks of color like auroras pulled down from heaven. The watchers in the garden lifted their heads, their forms brightening as though in welcome. The shape came closer, slowly, silently. It was not a craft in the way Ilian understood such things. No metal, no sound of engines. It looked almost like a seed pod or a tear of glass, elongated, glowing faintly from within, descending as if guided by breath rather than gravity. When it reached the clearing beyond the garden's stone path, it hovered for a moment, then settled to the earth without stirring a single leaf. Ilian stepped forward, then stopped. The air trembled, not violently, but with expectancy. The moonblooms glowed brighter. The beings of light drew back slightly, making space. Whatever had come from the sky, it was not foreign to them. They waited with reverence. The vessel, or whatever it was, shimmered, then opened like a flower itself. Panels unfurled without sound, revealing a figure within. Not large, not frightening. Humanoid, but not human. The visitor stepped out and into the moonlight. Its form was clothed in robes made of shifting light, each movement causing colors to ripple across its surface. Its skin, if it had skin, seemed translucent, like glass filled with stars. Its eyes shone, not with fire, but with memory. Deep and timeless, it was not like the Watchers, those gentle presences of light that hovered around the bloom. This being had weight, intention, identity. It had come from somewhere. Ilian felt something stir in his chest. Not fear, not awe, even. Something quieter, recognition, as if this being had stepped out of a dream he hadn't known he'd been dreaming. The visitor walked slowly to the edge of the moonbloom's light and knelt. It did not speak. Not aloud. But the moment its hand touched the earth near the flower, the bloom expanded, brilliant, and a hum filled the garden. A sound so low and pure that it could be felt in the bones more than heard. The Watchers joined the hum, their forms resonating. The entire garden became a choir of light, voice and vibration. And Ilian, humble gardener, quiet man, keeper of seeds, stood among them all, still and silent. The visitor turned its head toward him. Its eyes met his. In that single moment, something passed between them. A vision, not of images, but of feeling. Vast skies filled with stars that pulsed like heartbeats. Oceans of light. Silent cities carved into moons. Long journeys in search of something lost. And a garden. Always, at the end of the vision, there was a garden. Not this one, not yet, but one that would become a place not bound to any one world, but grown from all of them. A meeting point, a sanctuary, a threshold. The being stood and placed something small at the edge of the bloom, a crystal orb, no larger than a plum, filled with swirling color. It pulsed once, softly, in time with the flower. Then it turned and walked back toward the vessel. The Watchers parted for it like tall grass in wind. The craft shimmered once more, closed around the being, and lifted silently into the sky, vanishing among the stars without a trace. Silence returned, but the garden was not the same. The Watchers lingered longer. That night, some drifted close to Ilian, their light touching him gently, like fingers brushing a sleeve. The moonblooms stood taller, stronger, glowing with new colors, colors he had no name for, colors that moved when he looked too closely. And the crystal orb remained, nestled in the soil, softly glowing. Ilian did not touch it. Not yet. He returned to his bench and sat, eyes on the garden. Visitors had come. From sky and star, drawn by the bloom, by the light. And Ilian knew now, something far greater had begun to unfold. The garden was becoming more than a place. It was becoming a destination. Chapter 7. Dreams of the Garden. Long before anyone arrived at the garden's edge, the dreams began. They came quietly, like fog slipping through keyholes. They entered houses late at night, soft as lullabies. No trumpet of prophecy announced them, only the still hush of sleep, and something glowing behind closed eyes. People in the village, old and young, shopkeepers, widows, children, began to wake with the memory of flowers they had never seen. They spoke of silver petals, of gardens filled with light, of standing beneath a full moon so large it felt like it was breathing. Many could not describe it, not clearly. The more they tried to explain, the more the memory melted like mist in morning sun. But the feeling remained: peace, wonder, a soft ache behind the ribs, like homesickness for a place they could not name. Some dismissed it as a dream and moved on. Others did not. Mira was the first. She lived 2 villages over, in a small cottage crowded with books she no longer read. Her grief had settled into her like dust, silent, omnipresent, never fully shaken off. She had once been an artist. She painted skies filled with gold and ocean green meadows, but her brushes had dried up a year ago, after her sister's voice vanished from the world. Mira began dreaming of the garden 3 nights in a row. Each time, she stood at the edge of a clearing beneath moonlight, a single glowing flower at its center. She never approached, she only watched. But when she woke, her pillow was damp, and her fingers tingled, as if they had reached for something just beyond her grasp. By the 4th night, she began to walk. No map guided her, no road, only instinct, and the pull behind her ribs. She passed through fields she didn't recognize, climbed a narrow ridge by starlight, and followed the wind down to a valley just before dawn. Her boots were soaked with dew, her coat snagged on branches, but still she walked. And then there it was, the garden. She found it not as a place marked by sign or path, but by feeling, as if the world itself leaned inward around it, the way a hush falls when something sacred is near. She stood at the low stone wall, hands resting on the moss-covered top, breath caught in her throat. The moonblooms were open. Their glow lit the clearing in soft blues and silvers, petals wide like lanterns, breathing in moonlight. A warm breeze passed over her skin, though the air had been still seconds before. She stepped over the low wall and into the garden. Ilian was there. He did not speak as she approached. He only nodded once, gently, as if he'd been expecting her, though he hadn't known from where or when. He moved aside on the bench, and Mira sat, wordless. For a long time, neither of them spoke. The beings of light gathered, quiet and watchful, and Mira wept. Not loudly, not with wrenching sobs, but with the quiet release of someone who had carried too much for too long and had finally found somewhere to set it down. The moonblooms turned gently toward her, their light deepening, softening. One of the watchers floated close, a ripple of warmth brushing her cheek. She leaned back, closed her eyes, and slept. And when she woke, just before dawn, something had changed. Her face was damp with tears, but her breath came easier. The ache in her chest was still there, but it no longer consumed her. It had become lighter, bearable. She looked down and found something in her lap, a single petal from the moonbloom, still glowing faintly. When she lifted it, it dissolved into light and vanished into her skin. Ilian stood beside her now, watching the sky begin to pale. "You dreamt of it too," he said, voice quiet. She nodded. "It's real." "Yes," he said. "It's real." Mira left before the sun fully rose. She did not look back, but Ilian knew she would return, and she would not be the last. In the following days, others came. Not in crowds, never more than one or two at a time, but always, they came with the same far-off look in their eyes, the look of people who had been summoned, though they could not say how. They brought their griefs, their questions, their silence, and the garden welcomed them all. Chapter 8, The First Pilgrim. Mira returned on the next full moon. This time she brought no coat, no map, no questions. Just herself and the memory of something that had begun to mend her from the inside out. The path she'd taken before, unmarked and dreamlike, unfolded again as though it had always been waiting. Each step felt familiar, even sacred, like retracing a childhood trail lost to time, but never truly forgotten. The woods parted with quiet grace. The wind brushed gently against her shoulders. And then there it was again, the garden. It greeted her like an old friend. The moonblooms shimmered softly as she stepped across the low stone wall. She noticed that more had bloomed since her last visit. Clusters of petals glowing in shades of pearl, violet, and silver blue. The garden had grown. It remembered her. Ilian was tending a patch of soil near the path, carefully turning it with a wooden-handled spade. He didn't look up at first, but when she paused by the bench, he smiled. Not surprised, but warm, as though greeting someone returning from a long journey. "I wondered when," he said simply. "So did I," Mira replied, her voice steadier than it had been in years. She sat again on the bench, hands folded in her lap. The air carried that strange, familiar scent, the moonbloom's quiet perfume, neither flowery nor sharp, but deeply soothing, like the breath of a forest after rain. It filled her lungs like balm. The watchers appeared soon after, drawn by the light and the blooming. They came as they always did, soft, silent, radiant. But tonight Mira felt something different in their presence. They hovered closer than before, not just to the flower, but to her. She could feel their attention, not invasive or curious, but knowing, accepting. One drifted near and circled around her like a ribbon of gentle heat. Ilian glanced over. "They remember too." She turned toward him. Do you know what they are? No, he said, his gaze following one of the beings as it looped through the upper branches of a tree, leaving a faint trail of light. But I think they've been looking for something, or somewhere, for a long time. Mira looked back toward the bloom. And they found it here? Ilian was quiet a moment. Then, I think we all did. A breeze swept through the garden, and the petals of the moon blooms quivered, as though in agreement. As the night deepened, Mira stood and walked barefoot into the heart of the garden. The soil was soft and cool beneath her feet, and the light of the flowers painted her skin in soft shifting hues. She lay down on the grass beside the largest bloom, eyes wide open beneath the stars. Above her, the beings hovered in a quiet arc. One lowered slowly, trailing its glow behind it, like a veil. It paused just above her, light flickering along its form in slow waves. Mira felt no fear, only surrender, not in defeat, but in peace. As her eyes fluttered shut, the hum began again. The low, resonant tone that had filled the garden during the arrival from the sky returned, vibrating in her bones. It was not just sound, it was memory, it was belonging. The watchers surrounded her in a loose circle, not touching but present. The moon bloom beside her reached its fullest, most radiant state yet, its petals wide, its light almost fluid. As Mira breathed in, the bloom released a soft mist, silver, nearly invisible, drifting upward like incense. She inhaled. The hum deepened. And then, stillness. Ilian watched from the bench, unmoving. For a full hour, Mira did not stir. When she awoke, the sun had not yet risen, but the first blush of dawn painted the horizon. The garden was still. The beings had gone. The bloom beside her was closed once more, but something of its glow lingered in the grass around her. Mira sat up slowly, brushing soil from her palms. She felt different, not entirely healed. No, grief did not vanish like smoke, but its grip had loosened. Its teeth no longer sank so deeply. Something in her had been receded. Ilian met her eyes as she stood. "I think I understand," she whispered. He nodded. "It never speaks, not in words, but it tells us, doesn't it?" Mira smiled faintly. "Yes, it does." She left before the sun fully broke over the hill. But as she stepped out of the garden, a new cluster of moon blooms pushed up through the earth behind her, sprouting in a neat line along the edge of her footsteps, trailing softly glowing leaves, like breadcrumbs made of light. The garden was watching. And from that day forward, Mira became the first of many, not just a dreamer, a pilgrim. Chapter 9: Seeds of Memory. After Mira's return, something began to change beneath the surface of the garden. It was subtle at first, a shimmer in the soil, a brightness at the edge of vision. Ilian noticed it the morning after she left. Fine flecks of silver scattered beneath the moon bloom where she had slept, glinting faintly in the grey pre-dawn light. Not petals, not dew. He knelt to touch one, brushing away the soft soil. It was a seed, small, perfectly round, and faintly glowing, the same impossible silver as the original seed he had planted. What felt like years ago, though it had only been weeks, it pulsed gently in his palm, warm and cool by turns. Alive with quiet energy, he looked around and found more. They were scattered like breadcrumbs in the soil, not falling from the flower, but appearing as though drawn up from the earth by unseen hands. Some were nestled in the moss, where the beings of light had floated, others near the bench, where he and Mira had spoken. A trail of them formed where her bare feet had pressed into the grass. Ilian gathered the seeds carefully, placing each into a small cloth pouch he kept for harvesting. He did not know what they meant, but he sensed they were not just reproducing. These seeds were not simply for more flowers. They were memories, each one hummed with a particular energy, soft, subtle, unique. One vibrated slightly in his fingers, like a note held between silences. Another seemed to change weight as he touched it, shifting as though remembering something it had just become. Ilian held them and felt traces of something, not thoughts, exactly, but moments, emotions, echoes. Mira's sorrow, her stillness, her sleep beneath the moon. The garden had remembered her, and now it was offering something back. That night, Ilian returned to the stone bench as he always did, but this time with the pouch of seeds in his lap. The moon blooms opened, their light softer than before, almost reflective, like water holding starlight. The watchers came again. This time, they hovered nearer to him than usual, drawn not only to the blooms but to the small gathered pouch at his side. One of them, a being of slender shape and violet-white light, drifted close and extended a single tendril of brightness toward the seeds. Ilian opened the pouch. The being hesitated, then brushed its light gently across the top of the cloth. In that instant, the seeds inside flared softly, not alarmed, not reacting, but recognizing. The watcher's hum deepened to a low, resonant chord, vibrating through the garden. Ilian felt it in his chest. The seeds were not only memory, but connection, a kind of echo stored in form. They remembered moments of stillness, pain, healing. They remembered footsteps and breath. They remembered being seen, and somehow they offered that memory back to the land, as if each visitor's presence had become a part of the soil's story. Ilian took one seed and pressed it gently into a patch of empty earth near the first bloom. The soil warmed beneath his fingers. The watchers grew still. The bloom beside him tilted slightly, turning toward the planted seed. Nothing happened at first, but as the moon reached its zenith, the ground where the seed had been buried pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat beneath the soil. Ilian smiled. The garden was not simply growing, it was remembering, and with every dreamer who passed through, it gathered more emotion, more stillness, more of the invisible weight people carried with them, not to hoard, not to trap, but to hold gently, as a garden holds rain until the roots are ready. That week, more visitors came. A young man with burned scars on his arms. He didn't speak, but stood in the moonlight for hours, unmoving, eyes closed, an elderly woman with trembling hands. She whispered the names of people long gone and left behind a shawl woven with star-like beads. A child who came alone, clutching a feather and laughing through tears. Each of them left behind something unseen. Each of them walked away lighter, and each time afterward, Ilian would find more of the silver seeds nestled in the soil where their shadows had fallen. He began to plant them carefully, one by one, tracing quiet constellations in the garden's soil. He did not know yet what they would become, but he knew the garden had begun to speak, not just in bloom, but in memory, in moment, and it was listening still. Chapter 10. The Blooming Path. It was becoming a presence living, expanding not through conquest or force, but through invitation. The kind that doesn't call out loud, but waits in silence until you remember you were meant to arrive. The garden was no longer just a place. Ilian began to notice it first in the grass beyond the garden wall. One morning, as the sun lifted through the branches, he found a faint shimmer in the path that led down from his cottage. Silver threads stretched from the garden gate and into the forest, curling like frost but glimmering with moonlight, even under daylight's warm breath. When night fell, the truth revealed itself. A line of moonblooms had appeared, blooming low to the ground, like a trail of stars fallen into soil. The path twisted through undergrowth and between trees, leading away from the clearing and down toward the valley. Each bloom glowed just enough to guide his way, never too bright, never blinding, just enough to say, this way. Small at first, no more than thumb-sized buds, but unmistakable. Their petals opened only when the moon was high, just like the original bloom, and just like it, they pulsed faintly, with that mysterious light that seemed to carry memory inside it. Ilian followed them with quiet steps. The trail ended near the stream, where stones gathered and moss grew thick. There, on a small patch of earth, he saw a flower he did not plant. A full moon bloom, taller than the rest, its petals pale gold instead of silver. He bent to pick it up, feeling its warmth settle instantly into his skin, and beside it, a single silver seed resting on the stone. Chapter 10. The Blooming Path. The garden was no longer just a place. It was becoming a presence living, expanding not through conquest or force, but through invitation. The kind that doesn't call out loud, but waits in silence until you remember you were meant to arrive. Ilian began to notice it first in the grass beyond the garden wall. One morning, as the sun lifted through the branches, he found a faint shimmer in the path that led down from his cottage. Silver threads stretched from the garden gate and into the forest, curling like frost but glimmering with moonlight, even under daylight's warm breath. When night fell, the truth revealed itself. A line of moonblooms had appeared, blooming low to the ground, like a trail of stars fallen into soil. Small at first, no more than thumb-sized buds, but unmistakable. Their petals opened only when the moon was high, just like the original bloom, and just like it, they pulsed faintly, with that mysterious light that seemed to carry memory inside it. Ilian followed them with quiet steps. The path twisted through undergrowth and between trees, leading away from the clearing and down toward the valley. Each bloom glowed just enough to guide his way, never too bright, never blinding, just enough to say, this way. The trail ended near the stream, where stones gathered and moss grew thick. There, on a small patch of earth, he saw a flower he did not plant. A full moon bloom, taller than the rest, its petals pale gold instead of silver, and beside it, a single silver seed resting on the stone. He bent to pick it up, feeling its warmth settle instantly into his skin. The garden was no longer confined to its fence or Ilian's careful tending. It was growing outward now, responding to each pilgrim who came and left again. Where they walked, where they wept, where they stood in silence, bloom followed. The dream was spreading. Soon the villagers began to speak of it. Not in fear, but in wonder. It began with the children, who wandered to the edge of the woods and returned saying they'd seen lights in the trees, or flowers that glowed like stars. Then the elders, those who had seen enough of life to know magic when it returned, began to believe. Some came to Ilian's door. They brought offerings, herbs from their kitchens, hand-woven baskets, small things carved of wood. They asked no questions. They did not beg to enter. They only stood near and waited, eyes searching the trees. Ilian welcomed them as best he could. He did not guide them. He did not lead them. He simply left the gate open. Those who were meant to find the path would find it. The garden had grown wise in its own way, discerning, deliberate. It did not bloom for everyone, but for those who needed it, the flowers opened without fail. One night, a man arrived carrying nothing but a broken violin. He sat by the bench, said nothing, and stared at the bloom until dawn. When he left, Ilian found a trail of tiny golden flowers lining the path where he had walked, blooms with petals shaped like sound waves. Another night, a mother came with her daughter, who had not spoken since her father passed. The child laid her cheek against the moonbloom and whispered one word, home. In the days that followed, Ilian found seedlings growing not just in his garden, but far beyond, on hilltops, in glades, along streams, even at the edges of people's dreams. He began to mark them in his journal, sketching each new variety. No two were the same. Some held blue light, others shimmered with pale green or rose gold. Some bloomed low like moss, others climbed trellises of their own making. He gave them names: memory root, starbell, veilvein, whispershade. But all of them had one thing in common: they were born of presence, of feeling, of someone daring to come to the garden with their burdens open and their hearts unguarded. And so the blooming path grew, beyond walls, beyond names, beyond what Ilian could contain. The garden was no longer a secret. It was becoming a way. Chapter 11, Shadows in the Glow. The garden had never known fear. It had known sorrow, woven into its very soil. But never fear, not until the shadows came. It began with a flicker. A single moonbloom, one of the smaller offshoots near the eastern edge, wilted just after midnight. Its petals, once wide and silver, curled inward like a frightened animal. By morning it had darkened to a dull grey and crumbled to dust in Ilian's palm. He said nothing. He told himself it was natural. All things have their seasons. But as he turned away, he felt a tightness gather in his chest. Not grief, not yet. Something more like anticipation. or warning. The next night, the glow of the garden felt thinner, dimmed, not in brilliance, but in warmth. The hum of the blooms, the soft resonance he had come to feel in his bones, faltered now and then, like a voice losing its breath. Even the beings of light seemed changed. They arrived as always, emerging like fog that remembered how to shine. But their movements were slower, their glow dimmer, and when they hovered near the main bloom, they kept their distance, as if watching for something behind them. Ilian stood beside the largest flower, hand resting lightly on its stem. He could feel a tension there, something clenched beneath the petals, like a cord pulled taut. "What's coming?" he whispered. The garden answered with stillness. The shadows came on the 30th night. Not like the watchers, who glowed and pulsed and moved with care. These shapes did not hover, they pressed. They entered the clearing like smoke, curling low to the ground, coiling between blooms. Not black, nothing so easily named, but colorless, lightless, absences, places where sight refused to rest. They did not hume, they stilled. The first moonbloom to touch the edge of a shadow shivered violently, its light flickering before collapsing into silence. The shadow absorbed it, not hungrily, not violently, just indifferently, as if the flower had never existed. Ilian stepped forward, a tremor in his hands. No, he didn't shout, he didn't run, but the word cracked the quiet like a branch in winter. The beings of light moved swiftly then, forming a loose ring around the garden's heart. Their bodies glowed brighter than Ilian had ever seen, like lanterns fueled by memory, by love. Each shimmered with color that bent the darkness around them, casting curved shields of light into the earth. The shadows hissed, not audibly, but in presence. Their edges recoiled from the brightness, but they did not flee. Ilian knelt by a fallen bloom and pressed his hand into the soil. It was cold. Not dead, but cold. He looked up at the watchers, then at the advancing dark. And he understood. The garden was not untouched by the world. No sanctuary ever is. Sorrow had given birth to the blooms. Yes, but sorrow is not always pure. Sometimes grief curdles into bitterness. Sometimes silence grows sharp edges. Not every wounded soul came to heal. Some came only to empty, to feed, to forget what they carried, by burning it into the earth. And the garden, which remembered all, had remembered that too. The shadows were not invaders. They were residue, fragments of pain too heavy to be released. Echoes of people who had entered the bloomlight with sealed hearts and left something twisted behind. Ilian stood. He looked to the watchers. "Show me what to do." One of them moved forward, slow and graceful, and extended its hand, not toward the shadows, but toward Ilian. It hovered above his chest, just over his heart. Its light passed into him, not burning, not searing, but illuminating. Not everything, just enough. A memory bloomed behind his eyes, of the first seed, pulsing with quiet life in his palm, of how the soil had accepted it, of the silence that had not rejected pain, but cradled it. The answer came not in a word, but in a gesture. Ilian turned, walked to the edge of the garden, and knelt. He dug into the soil with bare hands, deep and slow, and placed one of the silver memory seeds into the earth. Then another, then another. The shadows pulsed, uncertain. Ilian pressed his palms flat over the soil and closed his eyes. "Grow," he whispered, "not to defend, not to destroy, just to remember." The ground trembled faintly. From the first seed, a stem rose, not silver, not gold, but deep blue, rich, calming, heavy with dusk. Its petals opened, not in defiance, but in acknowledgement. The shadow that had been nearest paused, and then, as if recognizing itself in the bloom's shape, it slowly faded into the earth. The other shadows recoiled again. The watchers, seeing this, formed a path, guiding the darkness, not forcing it, but offering a way out. And the garden, for the first time, sang. Not a hum, not a vibration, but a tone deep and rich and aching with beauty. The song of sorrow named and held. The shadows fled, not defeated, not erased, but invited elsewhere. By dawn, the blooms were open again. Dimmer, yes, fewer, but alive. Ilian sat on the stone bench, exhausted, but steady. He understood now that even sanctuaries must reckon with what they shelter, and the garden, like all living things, would have to choose again and again to hold pain without becoming it. Chapter 12. The Garden Speaks. In the nights that followed the shadow's retreat, the garden grew quiet. Not in stillness, but in listening. Something had changed. The moon blooms still opened each night, soft and luminous. The beings of light returned, gentler now, their glow less intense, as though they too were processing what had happened. And Ilian, for the first time since the seed had sprouted, felt not just like a caretaker, but like part of the garden itself. Rooted in it, woven into its unfolding, he could feel it when he walked among the flowers. The shift beneath the surface, an attentiveness, like eyes half-lidded, but watching, a breath held just under the soil. The garden had begun to respond. It started with the petals. One night, as Ilian passed beneath the arching vines of moonbloom runners, he brushed a hand against a newly opened blossom, and it brightened, not merely in reflection, but in recognition. A gentle pulse of light, like a sigh or a blink, passed from that bloom to the next, and the next, until the whole garden shimmered with awareness. Ilian paused. "Did you feel that?" The air offered no answer, but the petals around him curled ever so slightly toward his voice. That was when he heard the whisper. It wasn't sound, not truly, not speech in any earthly sense, but it brushed his thoughts like silk dragged across glass, soft and slow, and unmistakably real. A single word. Here. Ilian stood very still. He pressed his palm gently against the nearest bloom. Its petals quivered. He closed his eyes and listened, not with his ears, but with that deeper sense we all carry, buried beneath years of noise and forgetting. And the garden spoke again, not with words, but with feeling shaped into understanding. Not, "I am here," not, "You are welcome," but something in between, a presence not demanding to be understood, but willing to be known, like a friend who needs no introductions, like a memory returning home. From that night on, the garden no longer simply accepted visitors. It interacted. A woman who arrived carrying the grief of a lost child was guided, without words, to a circle of blooms that opened only to her. As she sat among them, petals fell into her lap, one by one, until she wept without restraint. When she left, a crescent of flowers rose in the grass, where she had knelt, shaped like the arc of a cradle. A man who came carrying rage was led to a patch of soil where nothing bloomed. He sat for hours unmoving. By dawn, a vine had grown around his feet, anchoring him gently to the earth. The next night, he returned and began to help Ilian tend the outer beds. His name was Aaron. He stayed, and sometimes, though not often, the garden whispered directly to Ilian. It did not tell him the future, it did not offer instruction, but it shared impressions: when to plant, where to wait, which seed to place beneath the old tree, which part of the path needed resting. One evening, as Ilian walked the edge of the garden, he passed a young girl staring into the heart of a moonbloom. She was no older than 10, barefoot, humming a song he did not recognize. "What are you singing?" he asked gently. She turned and smiled, then shrugged. "The flower told me. I just remembered it." That night, Ilian could no longer deny it. The garden was becoming something more than memory, and more than mystery. It was becoming a voice, a slow-growing language shaped in silence, in color, in light. And each person who entered, each pilgrim who knelt, who cried, who slept beneath the stars, became part of its vocabulary. Their pain, their peace, their presence, each one a syllable in a growing story, told not with grammar, but with grace. The garden had begun as a seed, then it became a place. Then, a sanctuary. Now, it was beginning to speak. And someone, or something, was listening in return. Chapter 13. A place between worlds. The garden no longer belonged only to the world Ilian knew. It hadn't for some time, but now the boundary was thinning. Not just in feeling or dream, but in presence. In the very air. The moon blooms had begun to shift again. Their light no longer confined itself to silver and white. Instead, they shimmered with layered hues, colors Ilian could name only imperfectly. Iridescent tones that shifted depending on where you stood, how you breathed, even what you remembered. Some petals flickered between shades of memory, the soft orange of a sunrise. On the day a loved one returned, the deep indigo of a sky seen through tears, the color of joy too quiet to shout. At the center of the garden, the original bloom, the first, had grown taller than Ilian's chest. Its stem sturdy, its petals vast, and gently curled like the edge of a moon cradling stars. The crystal orb left by the celestial visitor still rested beneath it, half buried in moss. Lately, it had begun to pulse again, not randomly, not like before, but in rhythm. Night by night, Ilian began to notice a pattern. The orb's glow pulsed in synchrony with the moon's movement, like a heartbeat tracking the turning of the heavens. And the flower above it responded, reaching higher, folding and unfolding as if aligning itself with something unseen. One evening, just before moonrise, Ilian stood barefoot in the garden and felt the ground shift, not physically, but perceptually. As though a veil had been drawn back from the sky, the stars above seemed closer, clearer. Their light didn't merely fall, it connected, drawing faint lines in the air, geometric and alive. The air between petals and stars shimmered as if laced with thread. The watchers arrived earlier than usual that night, and they were different. They came not alone, but with others. Figures more distinct, cloaked in robes that shimmered like falling snow. Their forms not quite human, but not entirely foreign either. Their eyes held not light, but reflections, as though they carried entire skies inside them. One of them stepped forward, toward Ilian. It did not speak in voice, but in that deeper way, the silent clarity he had come to recognize as truth, unshaped by words. "You are tending more than earth." Ilian bowed his head. "I don't understand what this place is becoming." "It is not becoming." The presence paused. "It is returning." The wind picked up, though no storm approached. The leaves of the moon bloom swayed, but not from weather. From something older, larger. Ilian felt it then, not in his mind, but in his marrow. The garden was not only a place for healing, it was a threshold, a liminal space between realms, between what was seen and what had been forgotten, between the waking world and the one brushed only in dreams. It explained everything: why the blooms responded to emotion, to presence, why the watchers came not to visit, but to recognize. This garden did not belong to Earth alone. It was rooted in more than one reality, more than one memory. Ilian looked up at the stars again. In the shimmering lattice above the garden, he saw, if only for a breath, other gardens. Other blooms, pulsing in harmony across vast distances. Places like this, tended by others, scattered like soft lanterns across the dark. This was not the only garden, but it was his to tend. The visitor stepped back, light cascading off its robe like snowmelt. "You are the keeper. The gate is open. You are not alone." Then the beings withdrew, not vanished, but softened, returning to the weave of space around the petals. Ilian stood in the center of his garden, heart full and silent. He reached down and touched the moss around the orb. It was warm. The bloom above it flared, releasing a faint spiral of light that rose like breath, vanished into the sky, and returned as a whisper in the air. "Here. Between. Become." That night, Ilian did not sleep. He walked the garden paths until dawn, listening, feeling the way the veil now fluttered at the edges, the way starlight pressed more closely to the earth, the way every seed he planted now vibrated with a resonance he could feel in his fingertips. The garden had become a place between worlds, and Ilian, quiet, solitary Ilian, had become its bridge. Chapter 14. Mira's Return. Ilian was kneeling beneath the twilight blossoms when he heard the soft crunch of footsteps on the moss-lined path. He didn't look up at first. The garden had welcomed so many now, pilgrims, dreamers, wanderers, with weathered hearts, that it had learned how to greet them without him. The flowers would turn toward those who needed them. The watchers would drift near in silence. reading what no words could say. The path would open or close, depending on what a soul carried with them. But this step, this rhythm, was familiar. So he rose, slowly, brushing earth from his hands, and turned. Mira stood at the edge of the garden, and she was not the same. The woman who had once arrived wrapped in quiet sorrow, now walked with a strange kind of stillness. Calm, but not uncertain. She moved like someone who had spent a long time listening to something vast, and come away changed. Not by what she'd learned, but by what she'd unlearned. Her clothing was simple, a slate-grey cloak wrapped over her shoulders, a woven satchel at her side, her hands bare. Her hair had grown longer, touched now with strands of silver, but it wasn't her appearance that made Ilian pause. It was the light behind her eyes. "Mira," he said. She smiled softly, and for a moment her expression mirrored the first moon bloom he'd ever seen. Gentle, luminous, impossible to describe. "Hello, Ilian." He walked to her slowly. "I thought you might return." "I had to," she said. "The dreams came back, but they weren't calling me here this time. They were calling me through." He searched her gaze. "Through?" Mira nodded and stepped further into the garden. As she passed, the blooms turned toward her, not in curiosity, but in recognition. The watchers gathered in their slow orbit, quiet and still. "I've been walking," she said. "Farther than before, beyond the garden, following the paths it laid. I've seen others' gardens like this one, smaller, flickering, waiting to be tended. And people who are beginning to hear the call, but don't know where to go." Ilian listened, a small awe blooming in his chest. "I think this was the first," she continued. "But it won't be the only. The gate has opened too wide now. The garden is not just between worlds anymore. It's seeding them." She opened her satchel and drew out a moonbloom petal, perfectly preserved, glowing faintly even in the dying light of day. "I took this with me after the first time," she said. "It never withered. It stayed warm. I didn't understand why, until the night I found someone lost in their sleep, standing at the edge of a river with no memory of how they got there. I held out the petal. They wept." Ilian took the petal and held it in his palm. It pulsed gently, sinking with his breath. "You've become part of it," he said. "I am part of it," she replied, not with pride, but with peace. "We all are. But some of us are meant to carry it farther, to be seeds, not just roots." She looked around the garden then, her gaze passing over the blooms, the watchers, the soft lines of light that had begun to arch across the soil like drawn constellations. "I came back to ask for a seed," she said. "One that hasn't yet been planted." Ilian didn't hesitate. He reached into the pouch tied to his belt and withdrew a single silver seed, one he had not yet buried, one that had hummed every night as though waiting for someone it hadn't yet met. He handed it to her. She took it with both hands reverently and tucked it inside her cloak, over her heart. "I don't know where I'll go next," she said, "only that I'll know when I'm there." Ilian placed a hand over hers. "Let the silence guide you. It always knows the way." They stood there for a moment, two quiet gardeners of something much older than soil, something far more patient than time. As Mira turned to leave, a small path of pale blossoms bloomed behind her, each one shaped slightly differently, narrower, higher petaled, with a faint tint of dawn pink at the edges. A new variety, one the garden had never made before. It was not a goodbye. It was a blooming. When she vanished down the path, the flowers remained behind her, like an afterglow. And Ilian, watching from beneath the starlit vines, whispered to the night, "Carry her gently, she is planting tomorrow." Chapter 15. The Silver Seedling. It arrived on a night without visitors. No footsteps along the mossy path. No pilgrims emerging from dream or dusk. No watchers yet visible among the trees. Just Ilian in the garden, and a silence deeper than usual. Heavy, waiting, like the pause before a bell tolls. The moon had not yet risen. He walked the garden in that in-between light, the soft velvet dimness where nothing quite casts a shadow. The moonblooms were closed, their petals furled like sleeping hands. Even the air felt still, as if the garden were holding its breath. Then, at the base of the first flower, the bloom that had started it all, Ilian saw it, a new seed, but not like the others. This one was larger, nearly the size of his palm, resting in a shallow nest of light woven from silvered grass and luminous moss. It glowed with a steadier pulse than the others ever had, not flickering like a heartbeat, but beaming, constant and calm, as though it had arrived with purpose, as though it had not fallen, but returned. He knelt slowly, hands open, reverent. "Where did you come from?" he murmured. The seed vibrated faintly in response, not an answer, but a feeling, not from above, not from below, from within. Ilian did not need to ask what it was. He knew, the way one knows a storm is coming from the scent of the air. The way a child knows who to trust, even in silence. This was not just a seed, it was a threshold, a beginning of a beginning, and somehow, Ilian understood, this one was not meant to be planted in the garden he had tended so long. This seed was not for here, it was for what came after. He carried it carefully to the stone bench, the same bench where he had first sat with Mira, where he had once watched the first bloom open. He placed the seed gently on the surface and sat beside it, palms resting on his knees, eyes closed, and the vision came. It did not start with images. It began as sensation, a warm wind on the back of the neck, the distant chime of unseen bells, the scent of ash and honeysuckle. Then light, not from the moon, not from the blooms, but from everywhere. He saw a garden stretched wider than anything he had ever imagined, not limited by fence or forest, but interwoven with cities, forests, deserts, oceans. A garden that existed in quiet corners of the world, and in the hearts of people who had never once touched a spade. Each bloom a story, each seed a sorrow turned to light, and walking among them were others, gardeners, dreamers. He saw Mira planting something beside a storm-tossed coast. He saw the violinist, now teaching others to listen. He saw children guiding elders, and elders guiding the sky, and at the center of it all, not a building, not a temple, but a tree, massive, luminous, its roots curled through every realm, earth and dream, and the spaces between. And from one of those roots, the silver seed had fallen. When Ilian opened his eyes, the garden had changed. The beings of light had arrived, more than he had ever seen. Dozens, perhaps hundreds. Some hovered above the ground. Others moved among the petals. All of them silent, watching, not in stillness, but in reverence. One of them stepped forward. It glowed not with color, but with clarity, as though all light had gathered in its center and become still. It bowed. Ilian bowed back. Then, in a moment that seemed to tilt the air itself, the being extended its hand and pointed, not to the garden, not to the path, but to the horizon, a direction, a call. Ilian looked at the seed and knew his time as the sole keeper of this garden was ending. The garden would remain. It was rooted now in the world's dreaming, but this seed was his to carry, his to plant. Somewhere beyond the ridge, beyond even the reach of the moonblooms, a new sanctuary, a second threshold, a place not yet ready, but waiting. He picked up the silver seed. It was warm and heavy, not with weight, but with promise. Chapter 16. A night without the moon. The sky forgot how to glow. It was not a storm, not the thick hush of cloud or the slow crawl of fog. It was a clear night, vast and star-rung. But one absence split the sky in two. The moon did not rise. Ilian stood in the garden, the silver seed in his palm, and felt it before he saw it. The blooms were slow to open. Their stems curled inward, hesitant. The watchers had gathered, but their light was dimmer than usual, like fireflies, remembering how to flicker. He turned his eyes skyward. The stars were there, sharp, unwavering, but the moon, the constant that had guided every night since the first bloom, was gone, not hidden, gone. The garden reacted first. The petals of the oldest moonbloom fluttered and folded in confusion. The hum that usually filled the space beneath the stars faltered. One of the younger shoots withered where it stood, curling like dry parchment. The air felt heavier, as though the night was holding its breath and forgetting why. Ilian had never known fear in the garden. But this was something else. Not terror, not even grief. Something colder. Disconnection. The watchers did not speak, but he felt their unease, an ambient ripple like a string plucked too tightly. The seed in his hand pulsed, not gently, as before, not like a heartbeat. This time, it shuddered, like a bell rung from deep within. Ilian gripped it tighter and stepped toward the heart of the garden. The orb beneath the original bloom was flickering rapidly, dimming and relighting in uneven intervals, like a message being sent in a language without breath. And then came the wind, not from the trees, not from the hills. It rose straight up from the ground, cool and scentless. And in its wake, a soft thread of light opened in the air before him. Not a beam, a tear. Ilian blinked, stepped closer. The watchers moved aside, parting in a wide arc. Their bodies pulsed not in alarm, but in expectation. The tear in the air shimmered, widening, its edges rimmed in starlight. On the other side, Ilian saw nothing clearly, only motion, shapes shifting, and a faint sound like a garden breathing. It wasn't vision exactly. It was pull, as if something inside the tear was waiting for him specifically. The seed pulsed again in his hand, once, then once more, and then it stopped. Ilian didn't hesitate. He stepped through the opening. The world beyond was not a world at all, not in the way he understood it. There was ground, yes, though it changed color beneath his feet with each step. There was air, though it smelled not of earth or sky, but memory, sharp and sweet and tinged with longing. There were no stars, no sky, only a soft dome of darkness, pricked with slow-moving light, like lanterns adrift in ink. He walked until the colors beneath his feet faded into shadow, and the land gave way to a vast expanse of silver grass. It rippled without wind. In the center stood a tree unlike any Ilian had ever seen, its trunk like liquid metal, its branches bare, reaching up toward nothing. And at its base, the moon, not floating in the sky, but lying curled and dim like a forgotten child at the foot of a parent's bed. It pulsed weakly, pale and barely glowing. Cracks ran through its surface like veins made of night. Light seeped from them, slowly, like something bleeding away. Ilian stepped closer. The silver seed in his hand vibrated wildly, then stopped. He knelt beside the fallen moon and placed the seed gently at its side. For a moment, there was only stillness. Then, light. The seed cracked open without sound. From within, a soft vine spiraled upward, reaching, seeking, and wrapped around the fractured moon like a gentle hand. The moon flickered, then pulsed, then glowed, not all at once, not with brilliance, but like breath returning after a long stillness. From the cracks, vines sprouted woven of the same silvery green as Ilian's garden and curled around the moon, binding it, holding it together, and the moon rose. Not fast, not proud, but slowly, like forgiveness being accepted. Ilian stood and watched as it lifted above the strange field, through the skyless dome, until it vanished into the darkness above. And then the tear reopened. The watchers waited on the other side, glowing once again with steady light. The moon blooms were open wide. The garden hummed, full and bright. He stepped back through. The sky above his garden was no longer empty. The moon had returned, and every flower turned its face upward, not in worship, but in welcome. Ilian stood in the center of it all, hands empty now, heart still, and whispered, "Thank you for coming back." The moon shimmered once more in reply. Chapter 17. The Restoration. The moon had returned, but the garden had not yet exhaled. The petals remained wide open, glowing, yes, but not in celebration. In readiness, in witness. It was the stillness that comes not after the storm, but before the truth. Ilian felt it as he walked the stone paths the next night. The the sense that the garden had stopped waiting for something and was now waiting with something. A threshold had been crossed, and what had been broken across time, across sky, was beginning to mend. The watchers arrived early, not drifting, walking. They emerged not only from the trees and air, but from the garden itself, rising gently from beneath the roots and petals, called forth by the garden's memory. Their light had changed, richer now, layered. They were no longer quiet visitors. They were part of the place. And they were not alone. That night, the garden was filled with people. Not just pilgrims, though many returned. Mira arrived first, her cloak dusted with stardust and her satchel full of petals from other gardens. She embraced Ilian without words, her face lined with peace and exhaustion. Aaron came, too. The man who once sat by the garden in silence, angry and unsure. He brought others now. A child he had found weeping at the edge of sleep. A woman with ink-stained hands and forgotten poems. An old man who had not spoken in years, but hummed as he walked. The garden made space for them all. And in the center of it all stood Ilian, still the gardener, still the quiet one, but no longer alone in his tending. The moon rose full and high above the clearing, and every bloom turned upward. Then the light deepened. The orb, still nestled beneath the first flower, flared once, then cracked with a soundless ripple of light. From within it rose a tendril of glowing filament, weaving upward into the air, until it formed a shape, a tree made of stars, not planted in soil but hovering above it, its roots stretching into the sky, its branches curling down as if to embrace the earth. It pulsed, and the garden pulsed with it. Ilian dropped to one knee, not in reverence but in gravity. The energy was so strong, so true, he could not remain standing. Around him, others did the same. Some bowed, some reached skyward, some simply wept. The tree of light spoke, not in words, not even in thought, but in understanding. Each person heard what they needed, felt what they had longed for. Grief became memory, silence became presence. Wounds opened, not to bleed, but to bloom. The beings of light encircled the tree, their bodies forming a ring of motion, a gentle orbit. The moon blooms pulsed with every breath of the tree, releasing spores that floated into the air like shimmering snow. And then, as the petals fell, the garden sang, not as it had sung before in grief or protection. This was a new music, a restoration, a remembering of what the world had once known and what it could know again. Ilian felt it in every root, in every stem, in every beat of his chest. The garden was no longer a sanctuary from the world. It was now a sanctuary within it, no longer hidden, no longer alone. He stood, knees trembling, heart full. Mira came to his side. Aaron followed, then others. Dozens. A circle formed around the tree of light, around the blooming center. Each person with a story, each story now part of the soil. Then, quietly, Ilian turned to the tree. "Is it done?" he asked aloud. Voice raw. The tree shimmered, not in confirmation, but in continuance, because restoration was not an end. It was the beginning of care, the beginning of stewardship, the beginning of a world no longer stitched together by pain and forgetting, but by light and memory, by gardens tended in silence and seeds planted in trust. The petals fell slower now, like stars descending, and Ilian, gardener, dreamer, witness, understood at last. He had not merely restored a garden, he had helped restore the bridge between worlds, and it would never close again. Chapter 18, The Eternal Garden. Time in the garden no longer moved in a straight line. It pulsed, it breathed, it spiraled outward, like petals unfolding, like seeds drifting on wind they could not see, but always trusted. Seasons still came, sun warmed the soil, frost painted the vines. But the rhythms of the garden were now tied to more than weather. They followed dreams, grief, joy, silence. The garden responded to what lived, not just what blew. The watchers stayed. Some became indistinguishable from the light. Others walked the paths in quiet thought, helping pilgrims who arrived at dusk and left at dawn. Their presence was no longer rare. It was woven in, like threads of silver laced through the tapestry of the garden itself. And Eliane, once alone, was no longer its only gardener. Mira had returned, not to rest, but to root. She planted a small ring of her own near the stream, where soft reeds bent with the breeze. Her blooms responded to music. She said nothing of where she had gone, or how many other gardens had begun to rise, but her silence carried assurance. The work was spreading. Aaron tended the eastern beds, where memory bloomed thick and strong. He spoke gently now. He had become the one people went to first, not because he knew the answers, but because he knew how to sit with questions. Children laughed in the garden. Elders sang. Pilgrims came not only in sorrow, but in celebration. They brought stories, drawings, dreams, fragments of things they hoped to understand. Some stayed a night, some stayed a lifetime. And always, the garden welcomed. It had no gates, no borders, only thresholds inviting all who entered to bring their full selves and leave with something new. Not certainty, not ease, but light. The moon blooms still opened each night. Even when clouds veiled the sky, they remembered the moon. They opened not just to its light, but to its rhythm. Some now bloomed during dawn, others at twilight. One rare bloom planted from the final seed, Ilian carried into the skyless field, remained open always. The eternal bloom. It stood at the center of the garden, beneath the starlight tree, wrapped in soft vines and flanked by stones etched with stories in languages no one remembered learning. It did not pulse. It did not change color. It simply glowed, steady and clear. And near it, Ilian sat. His hair was silver now, and his steps slower. But the earth still knew his hands. He no longer kept journals, only memories. His tending had become teaching, his silence a kind of invitation. People would sit near him, ask nothing, and leave lighter. He had become what the seed once was. Still, grounded, full of light. One night, as the wind stirred the garden and the stars dipped low over the hills, a child sat beside him and asked, "Will the garden ever go away?" Ilian smiled, not with sadness, not with certainty, but with the quiet clarity of one who had watched flowers bloom from sorrow and stars fall into soil. "No," he said. "It may change shape, it may move, but it will not go." Why? He looked out over the garden, where people slept in peace, where laughter echoed beside tears, where blooms opened for reasons no one needed to explain. "Because we carry it now," he said. "All of us. In our hands. In our hearts." He touched the child's chest, gently. "Here too." The child nodded. And somewhere, in a distant city, a flower bloomed at the edge of a window. No one had planted it, but someone had needed it, and that was enough. The garden lives, it listens, it waits, it remembers, and wherever light is carried forward, it will bloom again, forever. Thanks for spending this quiet time with me here at Sweet Dreams Storytelling. I hope you're feeling relaxed, peaceful, and ready for a restful sleep. As we say goodnight, let the calm background music guide you gently into dreamland. Before you go, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. And until next time, rest well.